Welcome back to Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live. We had some technical issues there, but we're back on track and we are just tuning into the end of a few historics and making the rounds around the track. We see Billy White queuing at the start line, followed by Russell Stanworth. So as soon as all the single seaters have gone through, I will update you with the live times. Enjoy and thanks for watching. I take one of you. So we have the times of run 1 while we see Kiva White start queuing at the start line. It's either Kiva or Leah, I'm not too sure. I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the run 1 times, and we have a surprise in store. Fair play Siobhan McCann. She's currently leading the timetable with a stunning 1:36.71 in her Ray, followed by Billy White in his Roger 1:37.14, and then we have Russell Stanworth in the Reynard Opel Lotus 1:41.61. Fourth, Sean McNamara in the Van Diemen 1:44.96. Declan Gannon in the Fiesta 1:45.34. Peter McKinley in the Escort 1:45.90. Brian Kerwin in the Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive 1:47.24. Keith Cullen in the Civic 1:48. Piers Handrick in the Honda Civic 1:49.05. Ray Cunningham in the Mini Cooper 1:49.60. Brian Hutton in the Fiat 1:51.82. David Dempsey in the Mitsubishi Lancer 1:52.38. John Pettit in the Darien T90 1:52.40. Michael Tumulty in the Peugeot 106 GTI 1:53.14. Gary Graham in the Peugeot 205 1:53.46. Gary Bradley in the Ford Escort 1:53.85. Shay Delaney in the Honda Civic 1:54.03. Val Thompson in the TMC Costin 1:54.87. Joe Clifford in the Honda Civic 1:54.88. Gerard Lonergan Peugeot 205 1:56.90. Seamus Anderson in the Anglia 1:56.97. Kieran Burke in the Escort 1:57.32. Jack Handrick in the Swift 1:58.25. Leanne Carroll in the Ford Ka 1:59.17. Andy Purser in the Peugeot 205 1:59.41. Clive Bradshaw in the Peugeot 106 1:59.46. Niall Kennedy in the Westfield 1:59.95. John Hackett in the Mini Marcos 2 minutes and 34 hundredths. Martin O'Dowd in the Corolla 2:01.61. David Furlong in the Cooper 2:02.09. Mike Dunyan. I see Kiva White's leaving the start line. So I just go through the rest. John Hackett, no, we had David Furlong 2:02.09, Mike Dunyan in the Chevette 2:02.09, Elaine Cohen in the Starlet 2:02.42, Cian McDonald in the car 2:04.23, Daniel Jones in the Peugeot 106 GTI 2:05.48, Donald O'Sullivan 8B 2:06.87, Johnny Murray leading the Centos 2:08.05, Jack Mannion in the Starlet 2:12.10, Ethan Mulcahy 2:12.72, David McAdams 2:12.90, Kiva White 2:13.43, Jack Kelly 2:18.26, Edmund Cassidy 2:20.64, Leah Kane 2:20.84, Ken McAvoy in the Riley TT 2:23, Patrick Marlett in the Citroen Saxo 2:24, and Ray Fitzgerald in the Citroen 2:28.12. short interruption there as the little Seicento did an excursion into the sandpit, but everything's fine it seems, so we're going to be on our way again really soon. We're going to keep an eye on the start line here for you, and as soon as we're back on the way, I'll be able to also give you the first results of run 2. So this is run 2 of round 5 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship. Actually, while I'm at it, I might as well give you the times that I have so far. At the moment, Michael Tumulty put down 1:53.74 in run 2. Then we have Gerard Lonergan, Peugeot 205, 1:55.12. Jack Hendrick in the Swift, 1:56.56. Joe Clifford in the Civic, 1:57.79. John Hackett in the Marcos, 1:59.98. David Furlong in the Cooper, 2:01.35. Keane MacDonald in the Car, 2:01.90. Kiva White in the Seicento, 2:13.50. And David McAdams in the Swift, 2:13.97. That's all the times we have so far for run 2. The club seems to be ready to get everything underway again. You see the officials car pulling in there next to the start line, so I'm going to hand you back over again to our 2 cameras. Thanks for watching. Little interruption there again. There seems to be something wrong with that bonnet. Let me see whether we have a few more times of run through. No, nothing else has come through so far. I can give you a rundown of the officials of today's event and tomorrow's. The COC, Clerk of Course, today is Stephen Bowden. Then we have the MI Steward, Declan Tennessee. The Deputy COC is Ben Dietrich. MEC Club Steward is Robin Taylor. MI Safety Officer is Enda Byrne. Club Safety Officer is Martin Dietrich. Secretary is Roy Stewart. Medical Officer is Glenn Ellis. MI Scrutineer is Neil Wilson. The Rescue Unit is Russell Rally Rescue. The Chief Marshal is Brian Conlon. And the Timekeeper is Alan Corrigan and his team. And the Children's Officers are Dermot Quigley and Trevor Gray. Dermot Quigley on Saturday and Trevor on Sunday. This little interruption seems to have been sorted again as well. Fair play to the officials for doing such a good job keeping the interruption short and getting the course clear again quickly. We're just going to wait for the cars that were on the track at the time of the incident to get off the track, and as you can see, the start line, you're not missing anything at the moment. As soon as those cars have cleared the track and you see the officials car back next to the start line, we'll continue with run 2 of round 5 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship here in Mondello Park, organised and run by the Motor Enthusiasts Club. The club would like to thank Mondello Park for helping with the setup of the safety equipment and barriers for this unusual track setup. We are actually on the international extension of the route of Mondello Park. So here you see the officials' car go back into next to the start line. And we're off again, it seems, for the second part of the first part of run 2 here in round 5 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship. Thanks again for tuning in on Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live, and enjoy the action. So as Senan is counting crows there again, this seems to be the first half of run 2 finished. We see Billy White queuing up at the start line there for the second half of run 1, or the last part of run 2, sorry, for the single seaters. As soon as they've gone through, I'll give you an update on the times. Sorry, I did it again. So my microphone was off again. So I read the times out for myself. Once more, I shall do it for you now as well. You will find the times under timing.irishhillclimb.com, and you will see them split up per run and per event as well. You can also go back into the archive. So while we're waiting for, I suppose it's probably the lunch break, the two officials' cars have gone out. That's usually a good sign that they're handing out lunches to the marshals. So while we're waiting for Run 3 to commence, I'm going to give you a rundown of the current time. And Siobhan McCann is still the woman to beat in her array. She didn't better her time from Run 1. Run 1 is still the fastest time, 1:36.71. And then in Run 2, her time was 1:37.65. Billy White is still trying to beat Siobhan's Run 1 time. He's come down to 1:37.55. Russell Stanworth in his Reynard 1:38.85. Declan Gannon then. Just give me a second. Yeah. Declan Gannon in the Fiesta 1:44.33. Sean McNamara in the Van Diemen 1:44.83. Peter McKinley in the Escort 1:45.48. Brian Corwin in the Peugeot 1:47.22. Keith Cullen in the Civic 1:48.87. John Pettit in the Darien is 1:48.90. Piers Hendrick in the Civic 1:51.18. Ray Cunningham in the Mini Cooper S 1:49.64. David Dempsey in the Mitsubishi Lancer 1:51.46. Brian Hutton in the Fiat 1:51.58. Mark Carroll in the Starlet, and you might have seen it, it's not red anymore, it's got a beautiful matte black. And his fastest time, just bear with me 1 second. His fastest time is 1:52.22. He didn't record a time in Run 1. Gary Bradley in the Ford Escort 1:52.53. Michael Tumulty. Just bear with me 1 second. I'm trying to get this echo. Now, I hope this is better. Yeah, so this is much better. Gary Graham in the Peugeot 205, 1:53.46. Him, Shay Delaney and Val Thompson didn't record a time in Run 2. We have Joe Clifford then, 1:57.79. Gerard Lonergan in the Peugeot, I hope I'm pronouncing, maybe Lonergan. Garrett, get in touch with me, tell me how to pronounce your surname. So, Gerard Lonergan is 1:55.12. Wolfgang Schnittger 1:55.13. Jack Hendrick Suzuki Swift 1:56.56. Seamus Anderson in the Anglia 1:56.80. Kieran Burke in the Escort 2:03.56 in Run 2. His fastest time was Run 1 1:57.32. Clive Bradshaw's Run 2 time is 1:58.12. Niall Kennedy in the Westfield 1:59.02. Leanne Carroll in the car 1:59.98. Welcome back, Leanne. After 2 years we've missed you, so it's good to see you out again. So the fastest time was Run 1 1:59.17, and the Run 2 time is 1:59.98. Andy Purser in the Peugeot 205 2:95. John Hackett in the Mini Marcus 1:59.98. David Furlong in the Cooper 2:01.35. Elaine Cohen in the Starlet 2:01.53. Martin O'Dowd in the Corolla 2:03.01. Cian McDonald in the car 2:01.90. Mike Dunyan in the Vauxhall Chevette 2:04.33. Patrick Milet in the Citroen Saxo 2:03.05. Donald O'Sullivan in the Civic 2:03.75. Daniel Jones in the Peugeot 2:04.67. Johnny Murray currently leading the Centos in his Cinquecento, 2:07.73, which is another betterment from the first run. Jack Mannion then in the Starlet, 2:09.86. Ethan Mulcahy in the Seicento, 2:12.32. David McAdams in the Swift in the junior class, 2:13.97. Kiva White in the Seicento, 2:13.50. Jack Kelly in the Fiesta junior class as well, 2:16.09. Edmund Cassidy in the Iona Special, 2:22.07. Leah Kane in the Seicento, 2:44.75. Ken McAvoy in the 1934 Riley, 2:20.96, and Ray Fitzgerald in his Seicento competing in Class 1A, 2:23.63. So these are the times of run 2. When we had our interruption earlier, I was going to show you the top 10 overall as they're currently standing, and I'm going to go ahead with that now. So while we're having our lunch break here at Mondello Park, I'm going to put this on for you, and I hope this works.
Thanks for joining us here on Vantage Point Video today. This is the lunch break at the MEC event. Sarah's just taking a little break herself. She'll be back with you shortly. The marshals are having a bite to eat at the moment. I'm Senan O'Connor. I've been on camera most of the day. And yeah, sorry for the technical glitch earlier on. Our internet router decided to update itself and cut us off for a little while, but we've got that sorted now, and we're back on air, and hopefully we'll maintain that for the afternoon. And in the meantime, anyway, while they have the lunch break here, I'm going to show you some of the highlights from the 2024 MEC event. So please enjoy that, and we'll set that off now. Or not. I don't know how to do this without a mic, a mouse. Okay, Sarah, you can come in.
Welcome back to the studio. We are waiting for run 3 of round 5 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship to commence here in Mondello Park, organized by the MEC Motor Enthusiast Club. And I just give you a rundown of the top 10, and then we'll go to the start line and you get more live action. So currently leading the field in her ray is Siobhan McCann, the woman to beat. As you see Brian Cohen go off the start line there, she had the fastest time in run 1, 1:36.71. Then we have Billy White in his Renault 1:37.14. Russell Stanworth in his Lotus 1:38.85. Declan Gannon in his Fiesta 1:44.33. Sean McNamara in his Van Diemen 1:44.83. Peter McKinley in the Escort 1:45.48. Brian Cowan in the Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive 1:47.24. Keith Cole in the Honda Civic 1:48.87. John Pettit in the Darien T90 1:48.90. And Piers Hendrick in the Honda Civic 1:51.18. I believe that's 10. So I'll be switching between the cameras now again. And thank you very much for tuning in to Hillclimb Video Facebook and YouTube Live. Thank you very much for watching. Sorry, we seem to have a little interruption here, and while we are waiting for the course to be cleared again, we caught up with the top 3 drivers today, and we're going to give you a short little interview with each of them right now.
How does it feel to be leading after run 2?
Surprising, to be honest. It's a good day. I like this track, and I was out for the action day a few weeks ago, so that definitely helped me. She's not got a lot of grip, I have to say. That the track feels very slippy, but I think it's just the temperature. So look, just trying. I had a bit of a moment on my last run. I went a little bit off the intended line. Anyway.
Back yourself,
yeah,
and then
it's
it's
fine.
that's why the first one is still your best. So you're hunting a bit more time.
Yeah, well, look, I'll see what if I can put it all together now. That's the thing, you know. It's like everything. Then you start overthinking, and then you start doing silly things. And look, if I can keep on the track now for starting this run, we'll see what happens.
We'll say nothing. To jinx
We'll say
anything.
nothing at the moment. Yeah,
Done
definitely
really well,
not.
Siobhan. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Thanks, Anna.
Siobhan McCann, how does it feel to
Thanks, Siobhan. Now we have Billy White, and he's going to tell us his impressions of the day so far.
Billy White?
How are you?
Making a few tweaks there.
Yeah,
Before run 3, isn't it?
yeah, we've been changing something at every run. Sadly, it's been in the wrong direction, but we're just sort of doing a sweep of all the weekend, changing spring in this run, ride heights in the last run. Sadly, lower is better, and my front wing is not too happy with it. It's getting bashed off the ground, but we're going through everything.
And Siobhan's doing well, isn't she?
She is doing well. Actually, every change I make, I was getting further and further away from her. I don't think I have an answer for her. I'll try my best, but it's only 4/10 or 5/10.
Yeah.
But the harder I'm pushing, the more I'm sliding off the track. As you can see, my poor tyres are not too happy with the old hot condition.
Very good.
Yeah.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing it. Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Billy White. And third is Russell Stanworth. See what he has to say.
Russell, we've seen a bit of sideways action there as you're pushing the big car to catch the little ones. How are you getting on?
Yeah, well, I didn't catch them, so I'll see how we get on. Yeah, it's I don't know, we have some issues somewhere. Trying to find where it is. Can't you really well? So, tyre pressures. It just doesn't seem to be working at the moment. But we'll keep at it. See if we get there.
You enjoying it?
Yeah, yeah. I do enjoy my demo. It's good fun.
Great to get out on the track.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Okay. Thank you.
And we're back with the action here, round 3, as we see the officials' car pull in and the cars line up at the start line. So enjoy run 3 of round 5 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. Thank you for tuning in. I believe this is Aaron Carwin getting his drive around the track. He had a football match earlier today, I believe, and he's now here to have his outing in the junior class. So best wishes, Aaron. The regulations say that the junior class participants have to go around the track one time with the officials just to get an idea. His first run then will not count as timed run, but as his practice run. I believe Brian is sitting in with him, so I'm guessing that they are trying to get Aaron on the track in the first half of run 3, and then then Brian will get a chance to get on the track for the second half of run 3. So that's very exciting. Here they come now. O'Brien actually has already recorded a time for run 3, so he's off the hook. And we're going to wait, so they obviously go around the loop twice, so we're going to wait until they have gone around twice for Aaron to get a bit of practice on the track. There's his number, 99. And I'm going to have a look whether anything has changed at the top of the leaderboard. Obviously the single seaters are yet to come in run 3, so nothing has changed there. The times we have for run 3 as a quick rundown is Brian Kerwin 1:46.01, Peter McKinley 1:46.21, John Pettit 1:47.32, Keith Cullen 1:49.94, Ray Cunningham 1:50.10, Pierce Handrick 1:50.33, Shay Delaney 1:50.96, David Dempsey 1:51.49, Mark Carroll 1:51.66, Michael Tumulty 1:53.10, Gary Graham 1:53.29, Joe Clifford 1:54.63, Jack Hendrick 1:56.28, Kieran Burke 1:56.75, Clive Bradshaw 1:57.71, Patrick Milet 1:59.19, Elaine Kerwin 1:59.81, John Hackett 2:00.24, David Furlong 2:00.82, Cian MacDonald 2:01.36, Gary Bradley 2:02.08, Martin O'Dowd 2:02.15, Leon Carroll 2:02.49, Daniel Jones 2:02.78, and here's Aaron making his way now to the start line. We're not going to want to miss this, so back we go to the action. So that was Aaron Kerwan's first practice run, and we're going to back into the action with the second half of run 3 now. So that's very kind of the organisers. They are letting Aaron have his practice and his first timed run in the middle of run 3. So thanks to the MEC for honouring the entry like that. seem to have a little interruption there, so I'm going to go through the Run 3 leaderboard as it stands of now. Currently, top of the leaderboard is Brian Kerwin with 146.01, Peter McKinley 146.21, John Pettit 147.32, Keith Cullen 149.94, Ray Cunningham 150.10, Piers Handrick 150.33, Shay Delaney 150.96, David Dempsey 151.49, Mark Carroll 151.66, Brian Hutton 152.32, Michael Tumulty 153.10, Gary Graham 153.29, Joe Clifford 154.63, Wolfgang Schnittger to 154.65, Jared Lonergan 155.29, Val Thompson 155.33, Jack Handrick 156.28, Kieran Burke 156.75, Clive Bradshaw 157.71, Patrick Milet 159.19, Elaine Kerwin 159.81, John Hackett 20024, David Furlong 20082, Cian MacDonald 20136, Gary Bradley 20208, Mark No Doubt 20215, Leanne Carroll 20249, Daniel Jones 20278, Mike Dunyan 20346, Donald O'Sullivan 20360, Jack Mannion 20886, Johnny Murray 20994, Ethan Mulcahy 21307, Kiva White 21310, Robert Cummins 21431, David McAdams 21636, Leah Kane 21825, Ken McAvoy 22138, Aaron Cohen, his first recorded time 2:24:34, and then Ray Fitzgerald 2:26:84. We're back ready for the action, it seems. Billy White is at the start line and the officials' car is back. So thanks again for tuning in on Vantage Point Video and Facebook and YouTube Live. Off we go. Another little interruption there. It seems that I think Siobhan McCann might have a problem with her car, so the officials' car is making their way back out. Not sure whether Billy White's time was recorded. Russell and Siobhan's times definitely not. So I'm guessing Russell will get another go and hopefully Siobhan will get the car going again as she's leading the timesheet. I'm going to run down the timesheet once more to give you the overall at the moment. I'm going to do it this way so that you have something different to look at, but you have the start line at the bottom of the screen. So Siobhan McCann still leading the leaderboard with her run 1 time of 1:36.71 in her Ray. Billy White then in his Renault Roger 1:37.55. Mind you, his fast time was 1:37.14 in run 1. Let's refresh and see whether we have a run 3 time for him. No, it's not coming through yet. So we just keep going. Declan Gannon in his Fiesta 144.33. Sean McNamara in his Van Diemen 144.83. Peter McKinley in the Escort 146.21. These are the run 2 times now. Brian Kerwin 146.01. John Pettit 147.32. Keith Cullen 149.94. Pierce Hamdrick 150.33. Ray Cunningham 150.10. Shay Delaney 150.96. David Dempsey in the Mitsubishi Lancer 151.49. Brian Hutton in the Fiat 152.32. Mark Carroll in his Starlet 151.66. Gary Bradley in his Escort 202.08. Just going to improve the sound there. Thanks for the heads up, Senan. So Gary Bradley in his Escort 202.08, that was the run 2 time. Michael Tumulty in his Peugeot 106 153.10. Gary Graham in his Peugeot 205 153.29. Joe Clifford in his Civic 154.63. Wolfgang Schnittger 154.65. Val Thompson 155.34. Gerard Lonergan 155.29. Jack Hendrick 156.28. Kieran Burke in his Escort 156.75. Clive Bradshaw, sorry, Seamus Anderson, we don't have a run 3 time it seems, although he went out. Maybe he was impacted by this interruption as well. So we're going to have to see whether he'll get a second go at run 3. So no time for Seamus Anderson. Clive Bradshaw in his Peugeot 157.71. Niall Kennedy in his Westfield, no recorded time for run 3. Leon Carroll 202.49. Patrick Milet 159.19. No time yet for Andy Purser for run 3. Elaine Kerwin 159.81. John Hackett 20024. David Furlong 20082. Kia McDonald 201.36. Martin O'Dowd 202.15. Mike Dunyan 203.46. Daniel Jones 202.78. Donald O'Sullivan 203.60. Johnny Murray 209.94. Jack Mannion 208.86. And we have cars back on the line, so we're going to go back to that. So this was the last batch of the run 3 of round 5 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship. Obviously the question that needs to be answered is whether Billy White or Russell Stanworth were able to catch Siobhan McCann. So I'm just going to refresh the result sheets here to bring you that information while we're looking at the cars at the start line that are ready for run 4. So the overall sheet hasn't been updated yet, but Billy's run 3 time is 1:38 flat, which means Siobhan McCann is still leading the timesheet today. Hopefully she'll get her car back on track again. Russell Stanworth then in second, sorry, Siobhan first, Billy White second and Russell Stanworth third. Billy's run 3 time is 1:38 flat and Russell's run 3 time is 1:39.12. So another little interruption here. So while we're waiting for run 3 to commence, we're gonna show you the interviews that Selin got from before. So here's his interview with the current leader of the timesheet, Siobhan McCann. sorry, that's not working for me. So I'm going to give you an impression of our little studio. Here we are. That's Mrs. Doyle, our caravan, powered by Morris, our MG ZSEV. short little interruption there. We're going to try and provide you with those interviews once more. So here's Siobhan.
Siobhan McCann, how does it feel to be leading after run 2?
Surprising, to be honest. It's look, it's a good day. I like this track, and I was out for the action day a few weeks ago, so that definitely helped me. She's not got a lot of grip, I have to say. The track is feels very slippy, but I think it's just the temperature and the heat. So look, just trying. I had a bit of a moment on my last run. I went a little bit off the intended line, but anyway, I got her back. So yeah, no, it's great.
So that's why the first run is still your best. So you're hunting a bit more time.
Yeah, well, look, I'll see what if I can put it all together now. That's the thing. Do you know, it's like everything. Then you start overthinking it, and then you start doing silly things, and you know. But look, if I can keep it on the track now for a start on this run, and then we'll see what happens.
We'll say nothing to jinx
We'll
anything.
say nothing at the moment. Yeah, definitely
Done really well,
not.
Siobhan. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Thanks, Annan.
Siobhan McCann. Billy White,
How are you?
making a few tweaks there.
Yeah,
Before run 3, isn't it?
Yeah, we've been changing something on every run. Sadly, it's been in the wrong direction, but we're just sort of doing a sweep of all the wing angles, changing springs in this run, ride heights on the last run. Sadly, lower is better, and my front wing is not too happy with it. It's getting bashed off the ground, but we're going through everything.
And Siobhan's doing well, isn't she?
She is doing well. Actually, every change I make, I was getting further and further away from her. I don't think I had an answer for her. I was trying my best, but it's only 4 tenths or 5 tenths.
Yeah.
But the harder I'm pushing, the more I'm sliding off the track. As you can see, my poor tires are not too happy with the optimus.
Very good. Well, we're looking forward to seeing it. Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Russell, we've seen a bit of sideways action there as you're pushing the big car to catch the little ones. How are you getting on?
Yeah, well, I didn't catch them, so I'll see how we get on. Yeah, it's I have some issues somewhere, trying to find where it is, anti-roll bars and tyre pressures. It just doesn't seem to be working at the moment, but we'll keep at it, see if we get there.
You enjoying it?
Yeah, you guys do enjoy Mondello, it's good fun.
Great to get out on the track.
Oh, it is.
Good stuff. Well, enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Russell, we've seen a bit of sideways action there as you're pushing.
I didn't catch them.
our championship photographer, Martin Gallagher. And this is the beginning of run 4. So we're almost at the end of run 4. We're just waiting for the single seaters to join the pack. I can give you the times that we have so far of run 4. There's Peter McKinley 1:45.89, Brian Kerwin 1:46 flat, John Pettit 1:46.02, Pierce Hendrick 1:49.05, Keith Cullen 1:49.11, Ray Cunningham 1:49.38, Gary Bradley 1:49.70, Shay Delaney 1:49.89, Mark Carroll 1:52.80, Michael Tumulty 1:53.31, Brian Hutton 1:54.10, Joe Clifford 1:54.92, Jared Lonergan 1:55.30, and Jack Hendrick 1:56.72. We see the officials car has come back to the start line, so I'm going to hand you back over into Selin's trusty hands for the end of run 4. With the 3 other lads in their single seaters. Here's Enda, and then we have Russell and Billy to complete the top of the timesheet. Can't wait to see the times after this one. So I'm gonna have a look for you there now. You see Brian Cowan already queuing at the start line, because he's going to then sit in with his son Aaron for his 3rd recorded timed run. We're yet to get the times for run 4. I'm glad Siobhan was able to get out again. Whatever went wrong with the car there earlier. So we have the times of run 4 in the overall timesheet, and Billy White has managed to overtake Siobhan McCann with a 1:36.47, which is just 3/10 of a second quicker than her best time. So there's still room for more. Siobhan herself recorded a 1:37.59 in this run, and Russell a 1:38.59. So it's all there to play for. I'm sure we're going to get at least one more timed run. Run 5. This is the beginning of run 5 here now. Brian Kerwin on the line. So we're going to try and sort the audio. I hear that there's some kind of double audio. Maybe this is better now. So I'll just go through the overall timesheet until Brian gets off the line there. So Billy White, Siobhan McCann, Russell Stanworth, Sean McNamara, Declan Gannon, Peter McKinley, Brian Kerwin, John Pettit, Keith Cullen, Pierce Hendrick, Ray Cunningham, Gary Bradley, Shay Delaney, David Dempsey, Brian Hutton, Mark Carroll, Michael Tumulty, Gary Graham, Wolfgang Schnittger, Joe Clifford, Val Thompson, Gerard Lonergan, Seamus Anderson, Jack Hendrick, Kieran Burke, Clive Bradshaw, Elaine Kerwin, Leanne Carroll, Niall Kennedy, Patrick Milet, Andy Purser, David Furlong, John Hackett, Martin O'Dowd, Cian MacDonald, Mike Dunyan, Daniel Jones, Donald O'Sullivan, Johnny Murray, Jack Mannion, Kiva White, Robert Cummins, Ethan Mulcahy, David McAdams, Jack Kelly, Leah Kane, Edwin Cassidy, Ken McAvoy, Ray Fitzgerald and Aaron Kerwin. And here's Brian off the line. This is the lovely car of Mark Carroll, beautiful matte black. Dar? Little interruption there, not quite sure who was having an issue, but we're going to check out the times that we have so far of run 5. So Brian Kerwin recorded a 1:44.83 in his Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive. John Pettit in his Darien T90 1:46.67. David Dempsey in his Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 1:49.64. Gary Bradley in his Ford Escort Mark II 1:50.44. Mark Carroll in the Starlet 1:51.07. Gary Graham in his Peugeot 205 1:52.34. Joe Clifford in his Honda Civic 1:54.91. Patrick Milet in his Saxo 1:58.26. Elaine Kerwin in her Starlet 1:58.85. David Furlong in his Cooper 1:59.59. Martin O'Dowd in his Corolla 20003, Cian MacDonald in his car 20121, Daniel Jones in his Peugeot 106 GTI 20477, Johnny Murray in his Cinquecento 20801, Robert Cummins in his Seicento 21191, Ethan Mulcahy in his Seicento 21288, David Adams in his Swift 21303, Jack Kelly in his Fiesta 21322, Aaron Kerwin in his Fiesta 21670, Leah Kane in her Seicento 21697, and Ray Fitzgerald in the Seicento in 1A 22606. We don't seem to have a time for Kiva yet. She's probably in the second batch of run 2. And like I said, it's all there to play for. Billy White has managed to go a little bit faster than Siobhan McCann's run 1 time. So his fastest time, the fastest time so far, and there's beautiful trophies to be won. Have a look on the MEC Facebook page. They're really gorgeous. So Billy White at the moment in the run for at least one of them with the 136.47, but Siobhan McCann surely is not going to let him have it easily and is probably queuing up already for run 5. She has recorded a 137.59. Her fastest time in run 1 was 136.71. So I just saw that Seamus Anderson's Lovely Anglia was towed out, so we hope that there's nothing major wrong with the car and that Seamus will be out again soon. So just to give you a little rundown of the overall, I'm going to refresh it here and see whether we have a few more times for run 5. The current overall standings in the middle of run 5 are Billy White, Siobhan McCann, Russell Stanworth, Sean McNamara, Declan Gannon, Peter McKinley, Brian Kerwin, John Pettit, Keith Cullen, Pierce Hendrick, Ray Cunningham, Gary Bradley, Shay Delaney, David Dempsey, Brian Hutton, Mark Carroll, Michael Tumulty, Gary Graham, Wolfgang Schnittger, Joe Clifford, Val Thompson, Gerard Lonergan, Seamus Anderson, Jack Hendrick, Kieran Burke, Clive Bradshaw, Elaine Kerwin, Leanne Carroll, Niall Kennedy, Patrick Milet, Andy Purser, David Furlong, John Hackett, Martin O'Dowd, Cian MacDonald, Mike Dunyan, Daniel Jones, Donal O'Sullivan, Johnny Murray, Jack Mannion, Kiva White, Robert Cummins, Ethan Mulcahy, David McAdams, Jack Kelly, Leah Kane, Edmund Cassidy, Ken McAvoy, Ray Fitzgerald and Aaron Kerwin. So we're just going to have a look at the start line there. We're still waiting for the officials car to return, the Jeep. Shout out again to our juniors. This is the future of Irish hill climbing, so I can't mention them often enough. The ones that are starting today are Logan Hoey, or maybe he's starting tomorrow. I haven't seen him out yet. Jack Kelly in the Fiesta, Aaron Kerwin in the Fiesta and David McAdam in the Suzuki Swift. Leah Kane is lucky she can go out on her own now. I believe there's another car in the waiting for her So exciting times. Welcome back, Leah. It's good to see you, and best of luck to the other lads. Hopefully there'll be more women to come and ruffle those feathers at the top. Leah on her best way, and Siobhan hopefully going to record another fast time here in run 5. So yeah, we're back on. So we see here Russell Stanworth on the line. I believe it's Siobhan McCann's car behind him. No sign of Billy. He might think that he can't beat his last. So we'll So this concludes round 5 for today, and I believe we're at the end of round 5 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. I'm going to refresh the results sheet there, and hopefully we're gonna be able to give you a rundown of the final results for the day. There, as Senan is kindly providing footage of the timing van. So this is where the times are coming from. We're going to keep refreshing. Oh wow. So Siobhan McCann has made it. She's fastest time of the day today. She bettered her time from run 1 again, 1:35.98, and beat Billy White in his Renault Roger by less than half a second. His best time 1:36.47. Congratulations, Siobhan, on the fastest time of the day today. Fantastic achievement in her Ray, and then followed by Billy White in his Roger, and his fastest time was 1:36.47. Then we have Russell Stanworth in his Reynard Opel Lotus, 1:38.16. Sean McNamara in his Van Diemen, 1:43.46. Declan Gannon in his Fiesta, 1:44.33. Brian Kerwin in his Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive, 1:44.83. Peter McKinley then in the White Escort, 1:45.48. John Pettit in the Darien, 1:46.02. I'm reading out the fastest times of the respective driver just to clarify this once more. Keith Cullen, Honda Civic, 1:48 flat. Piers Hendrick in his Civic, 1:49.05. Ray Cunningham then in the Mini Cooper S, 1:49.38. David Dempsey in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo, 1:49.64. Gary Bradley in the Ford Escort Mark II, 1:49.70. Shay Delaney in the Honda Civic, 1:49.84. Brian Hutton in the Fiat 150.28, Mark Carroll in the Starlet 151.07, Gary Graham in the Peugeot 205 152.34, Michael Tumulty in the Peugeot 106 GTI 152.43, Wolfgang Schnittger in the MG Midget 154.59, Joe Clifford in his Honda Civic 154.63, Val Thompson in the TMC Costin 154.73, Gerald Lonergan in the Peugeot 205 155.10, Seamus Anderson in the Anglia 155.71, Jack Hendrick in the Suzuki Swift 156.28, Kieran Burke in the Ford Escort Mark II 156.75, Leon Carroll in the Ford Ka 157.53, Clive Bradshaw in the Peugeot 106 157.71, Elaine Kerwin in her Starlet 158.20, Patrick Milan in his Citroen Saxo 158.26, Niall Kennedy in his Westfield 159.02, Andy Purser in the Peugeot 205 159.41, David Furlong in the Mini Cooper 1.6 159.49 was the fastest time recorded in run 4. John Hackett in the Mini Marcos 159.98, Martin O'Dowd in the Corolla 20003, Mike Dunyan in the Vauxhall Chevette 20079, Cian MacDonald in the Ka 20118, Daniel Jones in the Peugeot 106 GTI 20278, Donald O'Sullivan in the Honda Civic 20308, Johnny Murray in his Cinquecento won the fastest time of the Class 1B. 207.73 was his fastest time. Jack Mannion in the Starlet 208.51. Then we have Kiva White in second in the Cento class 211.66. Robert Cummins in the Seicento 211.91. Ethan Mulcahy in his Seicento 212.32. David McAdams in his Suzuki Swift 212.90. Jack Kelly in the Fiesta 213.22. Aaron Kerwin in the Fiesta 216.70. Leah Kane in the Seicento 216.97. Edmund Cassidy in the Iona Special 219.14. Ken McAvoy in the 1934 Riley TT Sprite 220.96. And Ray Fitzgerald in the Seicento 223.63. So that completes the timesheet for today. There isn't a second between the first and the last of the timesheet, which is incredible. So fair play to all the drivers. It's been a hot day. I bet for once the single seaters were glad to get some wind around their ears. And I'm going to leave the last words of the day to the fastest woman of the day. We went out and had a little interview with Siobhan McCann earlier on, and humble as she is, we're going to let her finish the broadcast for today. Thank you very much for watching the round 5 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025 on Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live. And here's Siobhan McCann, the fastest driver of the day.
Siobhan McCann, how does it feel to be leading after run 2?
Surprising, to be honest. It's look, it's a good day. I like this track, and I was out for the action day a few weeks ago, so that definitely helped me. She's not got a lot of grip, I have to say. The track is feels very slippy, but I think it's just the temperature and the heat. So look, just trying. I had a bit of a moment on my last run. I went a little bit off the intended line, but anyway, I got her back. So yeah, no, it's great.
So that's why the first run is still your best. So you're hunting a bit more time.
Yeah, well, look, I'll see what if I can put it all together now. That's the thing, do you know. It's like everything. Then you start overthinking it, and then you start doing silly things, and you know. But look, if I can keep it on the track now for a start on this run, and then we'll see what happens.
We'll say nothing to jinx
We'll
anything.
say nothing at the moment. Yeah, definitely
Done really well,
not.
Siobhan. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Thanks, Annan.
Siobhan McCann, how does it feel to be leading after run 2?
Surprising, to be honest.
There we see Senan getting Siobhan. I'm not sure whether he has already agreed with her to come on camera, but it looks like it. So here we go. Oh, fantastic. So Siobhan McCann, our fastest driver of the day.
Siobhan McCann, massive congratulations. It's unofficial, of course, until the results go through later on. But at the moment, you're the winner of the MEC Hillclimb. That's a win. That's history.
unreal. I swear to God, you've no messing. I came over the finish line and I thought I'd done a 1.38. I was telling everybody that I hadn't done it, you know, that I'd gone slower. And then Elaine Kerwin comes over to me and gives me this massive hug and just goes, well done. So I honestly didn't even know when I came over the line. I actually don't have words. I really, really don't. And I just know my dad was with me today and that's all I care about. So yeah, it was great.
There's quite a few missing people who'd be very, very proud of you.
Yeah, I look, as I said, I'm in shock. I didn't even know, and that's genuine, you can ask. I was just like, what do you mean? I just honestly didn't think I had it. So look, I'm chuffed. I am chuffed. I might just have to, you know, kind of settle a bit first.
Yeah, we'll catch up with you again later. We wanted your initial reaction. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. No, I'll go and get her. You wait.
Fair play, Siobhan McCann. Congratulations on winning the MEC Hillclimb and round 5 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. Thank you very much for watching and staying with us for this exciting end to a great day of motorsport, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. We'll start the broadcast no matter whether there's action on the track or not, and we're just going to see whether the club is ready to send the first cars off, and otherwise we'll have some archive footage for you to enjoy that. So thanks again for watching and have a lovely evening, and